Okay, didn't even go on the AFK timer. What a blessed occasion. So, let's get rolling, shall we? What do you say? Hold. They didn't give me any napkins. Hold up. Endwalker here. God, I can't think of. Hey, I'm walking here. Without thinking of that one video of the New Yorker lady, like a guy going, "Hey, I'm walking here," and she just immediately turns around and like grabs him by the collar, basically, if not literally, then figuratively. And just, we don't say that here. Listen to me. Listen to me. We don't actually say that shit here. Okay? Cut that shit out. And he's like, "Hey, forget about it," as she's walking away. The end of the video is just her like turning back around. Okay, so my two guesses for the remaining trials and dungeons. Guess 1. Dungeon 5 is us on the ship on the way to Medion. And then the 89 trial is Medion. And the 90 trial is killing Heidelin. Since she is still a primal. And she is just like giving us one final fight. Just like we had way back when. My second guess is that going to Heidelin is going to be the 89 dungeon. Heidelin will be the 89 trial, and then Medion will be the final boss. Those are my best guesses for now. So, let's see how right or wrong I'm proven. Oh, that's a very good carbuncle emote. Given that they just said that talking to Heidelin is not without risks, I'm thinking it might be Levier Philanthropy. There are 2 more side quests, we may as well. Yeah, that one, Crossbow Flex. Thank you very much. A Lalafell with a distinguished air. Okay. Oh, alright, and I forgot. This has been happening pretty consistently. I'm gonna see if I have more batteries for my keyboard real quick. flipped it around the wrong way. Shit, I gotta flip it turnways. There we go. Okay. New batteries installed. I return. With batteries. Right, of course it's not. I have your sandwich. Sandwiches. Aw, an old classmate of Louis Swans. Ah, my apologies for your loss. Apologies? My condolences. Gotta put down Twitter. Exactly. This is Papa Lemo's time! Ike! That shit hurts! I was just like, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people did lose their lives in the service of the realm. And he's like, thank you for standing with my son. And I'm just like, the last? Oof, ouch, owie, my soul. Oh, that shit hurted. Oh. I can see where the twins got their good nature from. My heart. Fruit Salad Kung Fu, one thing that we know from the Alexander storyline, probably more than anything else, is that time travel uses so much ether that it will not be worth it for any given purpose. The only reason we were able to do that the one time we did is because Elidibus, a literal unsundered Asian, was willing to use the last of his ether to open up that door for us. Like, don't forget, we ate a soul for that. And granted, his soul returns to the ethereal sea. I hope so. I hope I'll meet a white-haired Lalafell and a purple-haired Froth somewhere in the future. Yeah, and even then, we got there so weak that they had to put more ether into the time ghost for us to be even physical. Yeah, Graha had hundreds of years of storage for the Crystal Tower. And then 100 more by the time that he brought us to the first. Aww. You did not tell me. Hey, man. You did not tell me I was delivering a sandwich to the Elder Totolimo. Thank you. You didn't even know. Oh, no. The Aetheryte to Elpis is such that, yeah, it's a gameplay thing mostly. But if you wanted to justify it, our ether is traveling along the doorway that was opened in the Crystal Tower to get there. Because Aetherites are and have always been signposts for everything else. Ah. Not everyone can teleport with Aetherites. Most people can. It costs money. But it's public transit. Anima is living ether. The ether of the body is the short version. Dalmazane. Okay. Oh, fuck, your spaceship looks good! Y'all have an eye for style. I dig it. Normandy looking ass spaceship. Alpha, no, the lighting in here does you no favors, kid. So what do y'all think about the real ass spaceship? Yeah, there's something big beneath our feet. If meeting Heidelin proves difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps tis an unformed idea at this phase. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. Kryl, please share with the class. Once you know anything else. Freebird Labyrinthos. God, I don't want to leave just to reapply my glamour, but also I really want to leave just to reapply my glamour. Sorry, y'all. Fashion comes first. I'll be right back. I am not going into space without the drip. Do I have the drip? Yes, I have the drip. So you said you can't fly inside this building. They have shut down the aether currents in this building just to make absolutely sure nothing interferes. Her children, one and all. Let's fucking go. New dungeon, the Ethereal Sea. I'm familiar. If you're about to run into a whirlpool of ether, we'll pull you out. Thank you, Rum. That kicks ass. Thank you for the follow, Kaoruko. Oh god. We're about to go on a trauma like, grand tour. Oh man, this is gonna be so much! Every single one of our dead comrades is about to help us through this dungeon. Holy shit. The Ishoscope.
I stand ever ready. My turn.
I think I might want to take this with the OG Scions. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to see old friends. Here we go. Charlene literally has an elevator into the underworld. Yeah.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent.
Oh, Carbuncle isn't here.
Lives unfulfilled.
Make ready.
They're too far away from each other to be able to AoE. Whack.
My turn.
I know this music. Black Mage is capped, so yeah, I'm trying to max out Summoner in the meantime. I love how it does still feel like the anti-tower, but more, because that's entirely appropriate, yeah. This is the anti-tower, but more. Of course it would feel like the anti-tower, but more.
You're mine! All that I have and more I bring to bear!
I will not.
Hell yeah, death Amirianje.
You're mine!
I can't figure out where I know that melody from. Oh fuck, of course it's Ilberd. Oh god. And yeah, a gold soul. If they went out at the same time as Ilberd, this will be Papalymo. Visceral hate. They're all casting existential dread. Scion's memory. The memory of a principled Scion takes form. Oh. Yeah, it's extremely Papalymo. He went out at the same time. They'd be at the same place in the Ethereal Sea. Livia! How many times do I have to teach you this lesson?
Gloves are off.
You're mine!
I will not hold back.
It has her mask even. You can see it in there, her helmet, just barely. But you can absolutely see it.
Make ready!
I will not hold back.
Odi et amo.
I will not hold back.
Hayden love, maybe? I don't know my Latin. I'm getting pretty good at applying the regen to the tank in the middle of my combo without dropping the rest. My Lord Gaius.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Release thy passions for thine own sake may be cleansed by the tide.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
This is the one we saw briefly in the previews. I wonder if it's best to, if I'm about to summon Bahamut or something like that, summon all the primals for one final hit of their big abilities? Since those are probably strong enough to warrant it, but I still don't know.
Make ready. My turn.
I gotta figure out how to deal the most damage. Whoa. Big noise downstairs. I don't know what that was.
Make
Sounds
ready.
like something fell over. FF14 better 2 crystals, right? Given how many there are. Oh god, our friends are all gonna come in to help, huh? The memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Thanks, Moon. I'm starting to get materia from it. Thanks, man. I'll keep the smile up. Promise.
I will not hold back.
Make ready.
Damn, this is a good looking dungeon, too.
Gloves are off.
All of them this expansion have really been nailing it. But, like, this one in particular just looks gorgeous. And they knew it.
Make ready. You're mine.
Alright, who's next? As my Rich! Kid Westwind is back, baby! Cape Westwind is here!
I will not hold back.
Westwind EX.
Be gone!
I will not hold back.
God, that's such a cool move! Why did you get so many more cool moves after you died?
Make ready!
Wait, Shrapnel Shell, isn't that the one that hits around him? Yeah, isn't that the one you have to move away from before it goes off? Oh no, now it actually has targeting markers. I won't lie to you all, the triple hit of Papalimo, Moon, and Horsefont did have me missing up a little bit. This I cannot deny, this one's the safe one. I still want FF14 to fuck me up enough to make me cry, but not yet. It hasn't done it yet.
Be gone! My turn!
That's not an AoE, right? No, it's not. It's just the Tank Buster marker now? Okay. I'm glad they've standardized the Tank Buster marker.
You're mine!
With Van Balesar, again, I fail you. Rest, your fight is over. Yes, this. Give me this as an option. A Therostatic Peak. Louis Soir? The light, it's... Indeed, it's her. Oh no, it's ice, right?
Together we shall overcome this.
Is it ice or more crystal? Like, if it might just be Minfilia, actually. Yeah. This close to the core.
My turn!
Oh.
Together we shall overcome this. You're mine!
Gloves are off.
My turn!
I've got to start using Garuda first, so I have Slipstream up.
Be gone!
Oh.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh, I fucked up. Dropped my combo. I'm distracted, alright? Other things are happening that's caused me to drop my dungeon. Or my combo in this dungeon. Wait, does Mountain Buster deal damage to nearby enemies as well? Oh my god, it does! Mountain Buster is AoE. I didn't even realize. I thought Mountain Buster was just the one target.
Make ready!
I'm trying to think who the last boss could even be here.
Be gone!
I will not hold back.
It's not La Habrea, right? Or Nabriales. It's Amon. Of course it's Amon. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Amon?
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this
Thundaga Forte. Oh shit, and then the AoEs are gonna go off when they hit the edge of the platform. That's cool.
The stage is set.
Strophe. Antistrophe. Yeah, that looks like it's gonna fall. Oh no, it's a blast forward and back. Okay. Left Firaga Forte. Who's left? His or mine? Looks like his. Thanks, fam. Stage left.
Together we shall overcome this.
Thank you for the spear, Yurian J.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Curtain call? Of course it's curtain call. We gotta get behind a piece of ice by the end of this cast. Bracing wind, leaps from the pages of memory. Fuck, that's good. Of course we gotta get behind a piece of ice.
What a boorish audience you are!
Gee, Amon. Why does the game let you get to be 2 boss fights?
Gloves are off.
3, actually? Yeah, I guess he is in Crystal Tower too, huh? That's his clone. I don't know if that counts. Ah, it counts close enough. Oh, and Hermes, he's just 3 this expansion! 4 then! Oh, there we go. Level 90 as well.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Still not letting go, huh? Enjoying Summoner. Quite a bit, yes. Now those are some action learns I like to see. He's not gone! Alizé with the good point of, he didn't leave yet! I sense yet a presence. Okay, so yeah, so he's about to come back in the cutscene after. It's all just, oh my god, dude, give it up.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Met one of the biggest antagonists for this entire game as a penultimate boss of the second raid.
Leave this to her.
I guess they knew people like the hat.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Selk. The final pieces fall into place.
Odd he hasn't remembered. He died like a couple days ago. He needs some time.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amara in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death.
He says from the afterlife anyway.
So
I know.
Why live at all? We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Daniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns.
Yeah, put friend in quotation marks. Put friend in big ass quotation marks.
You will be spared the ignominy.
I can't believe Asahi died this mad.
Dancing to another's tune.
Like, I knew he died mad. I didn't know he died this mad.
Asahi!
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall. And the
Please let Xenos come out of nowhere off the top rope and kill him. I don't care that it doesn't make sense for him not to be here.
Part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
You were gonna betray My crush.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Even Alphino just like, yeah, you're better dead.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
It took 5 expansions, but the boy finally learned to talk some decent smack. No, I take it back. He knew in Shadowbringers. See, I was confused for the first, like, 5 lines after Asahi showed up, because I'm just like, that's Van Daniel's voice, and I had to be reminded, no, that's Van Daniel's throat talking.
Brave travelers.
But someone else had it first. Hello, ma'am. You do very much look like your art. We meet again, Vana. It took a bit, but we got here.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and
Then
all
prove
its
your
stars.
strength. 89 trial begins.
To flee is but one of 2 paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem.
I don't personally see a present arc, but I could see how you would think that.
Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose. And hope? As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest.
Yurianji just like, finally someone speaking my language, literally.
Thy pursuit of mysteries great. All thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on
Heidelin is every single living person's biggest fan. She said it herself.
And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
There it is. Prove yourselves to me right here, right now. All right.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to
There's
face
the
supreme
answers.
deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every
The chorus is actually here.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Was it all worth it? The Mother Crystal now accessible. Alright. You can use the trust for it. I knew it. I knew they were planning for this the moment that you hit Varys. I really want to do this with people, but on the other hand, the chance to trust this. You know, we don't have a summoner here in this party, and we do have a black mage. Let's small talk. Alright, Ish, what do you think? Thancred? Arianje? Oh. We can do this. Please don't stand in the AoE. I loved and lost and adventured, and then you hucked my eyes into a fucking abyss. Listen, I'm just going to tell you all straight up. From the moment that they had an event where we got a party of NPCs doing mechanics in Bosnia against Varys. Urianger has a DPS class. That's weird. Oh wait, Tibbet, draw your weapon. Hold on. Sword just swinging at Tibbet. Ready for the... Alright. Let's go. And I just got the ability to summon primals. Oh man, you're gonna get it now.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Oh, the little unfold into the, like, settling into position, that's such a good move. Carbuncle is here. We're good. Alright, everybody, let's roll.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Heroes Radiance. Ifrit, let's go, buddy! Yeah! Dawn Mantle. Dancer time. Titan, let's go. Oh shit.
And now this.
Garuda.
Light unyielding.
Oh my god, wait. Summoning lethal damage will instead grant will to live. Magus' Radiance. I'm too busy looking at all the effects to get all this perfectly. I'm guessing that that was a,
By blade. I'm not done yet.
okay. Heroes Sundering.
Light unyielding.
Okay, that one's a close AoE. Got it.
You underestimate me.
underestimate me!
Together we shall overcome this.
Corners.
By blade! Crystals of light, to me!
It's the circle! Of course it's the circle.
Here!
Feel.
The song of creation's end! Feel! The sorrow at hope's demise!
Allow me.
Think! And find your way in the darkness!
Oh yeah, I absolutely remember the elemental crystals from Realm Reborn. Ah? There's a second Heidelin. Is that the one casting the crystal in Blizzard? Oh, because that was the ice crystal. So the earth crystal is the one that, the earth crystal is the one that does the big move. The ice crystal makes AoEs around us. Or is that the earth crystal?
Follow your light! Or fly, my children, and never look back! Then you are resolved.
Try and stop!
Together we shall overcome
This test is far from over.
Hit the LB.
My crystal's light.
Let's give them a show.
The light of the crystals empowering Heidelin.
Light unyielding.
Haha, please.
Refulgence eternal.
Allow me.
Oh shit, those are where they stop. Got it.
My turn!
Crystallize. In
Where near or far.
and then out.
There.
You're mine! You
Scorn
cannot
is the
stop us.
double tank buster.
Where high or low.
Those are gonna charge back through, aren't they? Oh, I had to move one further over. Damn.
I have you now.
Swords, corners.
By blade.
Something special for you.
You underestimate me.
My turn!
I will not hold back.
Oh, okay, so she has a pancreation phase then. Oh god. Then these waves are gonna go in. Holy shit. Ma'am?
Together we shall overcome this.
Flood of light being very, very literal here.
Light unyielding.
Oh shit. So you have 2 free ones. Got it. Okay. Just to make sure that you don't eat shit once and immediately end the trial.
Hold still. This will hurt. There. My turn.
Where near or far, I will not hold back.
Allow me.
You underestimate me.
My turn.
Everyone, is this spot safe or did I misread this? Oh, apparently I misread it. That's unfortunate.
I have you now.
I will not hold back.
Something special for you. This will hurt. You cannot stop us.
Good ass fight.
Man has the strength to.
Alphino out of breath. Yeah, man, healing trials is some shit, huh? What's the weather like? Oh, I didn't check. I'm sure I'll be here again.
No, this can't be happening.
Why not? We defeated a primal. It's what always happens.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loperids. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child.
Oh, I'm muted. Yeah, sorry. It's been a bit much, but...
Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
We're gonna use the mother crystal as fuel.
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
I'll be real, there was not anything I could add to that scene, so I just kind of let it play itself out. So about that, she's, well, this is gonna be a conversation. Yeah, they did Vana very good. I thought for too long that she was gonna end up being an opponent. I'm glad she was just a good force. Not the heart of the planet, the ether that crystallizes around Heidelin, specifically. All of the ether that went to her as a primal ended up as the mother crystal. Even if I wanted to stop you, I couldn't, but I don't want to stop you. We are going to go kick the ass of despair of 1,000 civilizations. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Oh, God. One final nap before we go to the end. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure to the ethereal sea? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a good nap. And if you end up haunted, let me know. I need to put it in the records. I mean, the moon was also haunted, though, yes. Oh. Neath dark waters, huh?
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
In monochrome melodies. That its chorus might ring for all. Alright, I'm gonna step away for a half a sec, get additional water, stretch, all that good stuff. I'm assuming that I do not have enough time to finish the campaign tonight. There's an entire other zone. So at the very least, we're gonna get to zone 6. I'm gonna get to wandering around a bit, and we're probably going to finish this sometime throughout the week. So if you're concerned about missing the end of the game, confirm or deny other people in chat, but probably fucking not. Yeah. There's at least more time, and I do every side quest on the way. So. Yeah, I'm not finishing this tonight. But I have no chance of finishing tonight. Yeah, exactly. I got some more time left. So, if you need to sleep at any point tonight, you've been warned. But anyway, I'm gonna go get that water and stretch, so one sec. I won't lie to you. In the event that I'm given the option, as tempting as it is to bring the Scions, this is my computer, not yours. I think the last battle, regardless of anything else, I will do with just a regular party. It feels right to do the very last fight of the expansion, one way or another, with other players. So, we'll see if they even give me the option for that, but... Well, that's a mix of 5 Steam as well, just because they are... That is the Baldesian arsenal. Hey, Sarah. Though, I guess now would be as good a time as any to go finish up, the role quest. That was here, right? Wasn't it? Am I imagining things? Wasn't that just here in Ishgard? Oh, it's in the house. I almost forgot. That's why I can't see it. It's in the back room. That took me a minute. In the tank when you cleanse some tates. Oh no. Oh no, that would be unfortunate. Especially now. Okay, it only lasted for a second. We should be okay. How big is the daily roulette bonus? Pretty big. You could definitely just do whatever roulettes you feel like to level up classes. Is leveling trust still a thing? Yes, but they boosted the EXP by like a lot. Alright everyone, it's time to start the comprehensive review of all of our Bibles. And now that we... Thank you, Goblin8, for the follow. Now that we have figured out the whole church situation... so about the dragon... Clem immediately just... And so we will always strive for the salvation of this star. And Tibbet just... no. Phrasing. That one doesn't work. Try a different one. Rest well while you can. Tibbet immediately nods and then pulls out the weapon like, okay, I'm rested. Now then. Guys, I've got like 1 day while they fix up this ship. We gotta take care of the blasphemy now. Ship? What ship? Don't worry about it. Tibbet when they mention Banah just... Yeah, what is your secret weapon? I am genuinely curious. Oh, okay. We have no idea how we'll react. True, but we know he'll be mad, and that way he can just chase me. I'm gonna cause the creation of dragons during that trip to Elpis. Nope! Dragons are explicitly not my fault, no matter what. Behemoths? Behemoths are on my... Yeah, that's on me. Luckily, Kurthus has never had problems with behemoths. Anyway. I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it. No one's gonna tell them, right? Alright, let's hope you don't require level 90 gear. Item level 550, huh? Luckily, I'm pretty even. Okay. The top of the vault, of course. Alright, Emmerich. Piss it off. To me, my knights. Oh, shit. Yeah, that would bring them. Blasphemy, profane Fafnir. For the glory of King Thordan. No, you are not he. A trick. It is a trick. Now is a bad time, Alarm. I'll handle that later.
It ends here! You underestimate me! There! Do not underestimate me!
I gotta remember to cast Paradox before I go back into Astral. Oh, come on, man. Umbral Paradox is instant cast even, I know.
We must stand our ground!
Ah, I keep forgetting that I put Foul over there and casting Foul instead of Between the Lines.
You underestimate me!
Oh, shit. Good news! You brought along the right type of mage for this one. Time to the time has come to call upon the true power of the Heaven's Ward.
I will not falter!
I'm familiar with that move. But last time it shattered my screen. Oi.
This knight does not yield!
Yeah, can you teach paladins that Holy Grace move, Emmerich? I'm sure they would really like it. There we go. No, there are no crystals in this dragon. This dragon is made firmly of despair. There is 0 ether in here. Teach you to hit yourself with Divine Veil first. You can now. That's real. Isn't it? I thought that got changed. No, it did not. Huh. Alright, where... Right, the Forgotten Knight. From Albert, it is always a pleasure to see you. Say hi to Wide Lad for me. Exactly. One thing I do actually want to know before we head over to the end game, just so I can take it in over the next bit of time. Does finishing the role quests give you an additional, or give you additional scenes during the end game? Or is are the role quests firmly just not that you're aware of? Okay. Yeah, you don't have to finish them to beat the MSQ this time around. I'm aware of that. Oh wait, I can just take the Aether right there. One sec. Bless you, Aethernet. This is the wrong room. Do you feel like the Stormblood themed revolutions shouldn't play as they turn a new page in the chapter of the Ishgardian Orthodoxy? I mean, yeah, I could see how you should think that would stick to Stormblood, but also, yeah, I get why they picked it. You can now dye level 90 gear for magical range DPS classes. The gear will become available after completing the quest A Bold Decision. Interesting. Good to hear. Oh my god. Alright, well. I wonder if I'm gonna get my new gear here. But also the ability, giving you the ability to dye your gear as the reward for the role quest, that's pretty cool. Barney, where's my gear? Kyle, pleasure as always. Wait, what's going on? Ah, the forum is not here in full, but Barney is. Oh, poor Arianche. You're not taking care of yourself, Lena's likely to beat your ass. I do like him immediately saying, "No need to scold me, I already regret it." Ultima Thule. What does Thule mean? The extreme limit of travel and discovery. Ah. Alright, let's go. God, Ultima Thule is Zone 6, isn't it? We were perfectly content to leave, but then you had to show putting away cooking. And suddenly, oh no, we're staying. Of course. Do you even need to ask? You couldn't stop us if you tried. So we're gonna have a hyperdrive on our ship. Yeah, you can hear the resignation in his voice, even when it's not actually voiced, when Fortuno is forced to say the word Hyper Hopper. The Flying Princess is one of the moon's A-rank hunts. Very nice. Tataru? Hello. Welcome. Tataru Taru's boutique. Oh. She opened a shop. Excellent. What I happen to respecting stairs? I respect the stairs in Loda. On stream. Wait for the boutique to open. Alright. I did not expect to find you here. Oh, yeah. Startrap, always a pleasure. Ah, Varshap's artisans work here. Excellent. Who's looking for flavor? Oh. Hey, Emanuele. Oh no, the theme of hijinks. Go to the last bastion. Or whatever it's called. The last stand. I can't! I can't do that to him! Oh no! And Emanuele, I can't give you Archon Loaf. You're a little shit, but please get better. And for that, maybe go to the last stand. Their cuisine didn't look that appetizing, he said about the place with the biggest fucking lobsters I've ever seen. Yeah, things aren't salty enough for him without a communal salt lick. Hancock? I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Oh, I love hating Hancock, yeah. It's more that I know Tataru's an excellent judge of character and she doesn't trust him. So I would tell Hancock to eat Archon Loaf. Yeah, that's where I draw the line. Him, I would tell to eat Archon Loaf. And Emanuele is dumb but a child. Hancock pulling the wine scam was maybe one of his only good moments, yeah. Who's next on our... Hello? Whomst? Biggs! Wedge! Oh, God, finally some friendly faces in this godforsaken town. Even Nero. Damn. That's no slight feat. The man loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, and Alpha came to say hi before you all came to Charlian. He does have a knack for brightening your day just by being there. Nero's over by the last stand. I'll go drop by after this. And one filled with even more adventure. God, he's so obvious. Oh shit, you work here? I'm a big fan of yours after what you did at the stand. I'm glad you got a job with Tataru. She's way better than literally any other shopkeep I've met. Varsarud from Palaka's stand. Very nice to meet you. Pleased to... Haven't we met before? Like twice. At that. Kind of you to remember me. We found gainful employment in this foreign land. I'm going to need one set of Black Mage gear and one set of Summoner gear. Oh. What about Scholar gear? If I must. You can grab even the non-90 jobs right away. Well, I don't want to because of inventory space, but I will grab the 3 jobs I have leveled. Tataru needs a hug. She's been through a lot. She charges for the katana, though? That makes sense. Oh shit, that's fantastic! You can equip these at 89, but they will sync appropriately. After that, they will go up to by 90. Or they will go up to 90. Oh god, it's even weapons. Holy shit. They can't fucking drop the Wild Rose joke. Nothing in here. They will never drop that joke. Okay, and then I'm going to switch to Summoner so it doesn't give me that "you can't equip this right now" message for literally everything I try to pick up. Yeah, I should probably get these pieces of gear out of here as I'm going. Just to make sure my inventory doesn't get cluttered up too bad. That's a good looking summoner right there. Got the horn and all. What? And there is a visor option for this to take off the eye patch. But I don't know, isn't it the Black Mage way to have one eye covered? Hmm? Looks a bit like the Stardust Rod. And it's got little rotatey bits. That's cute. Oh, it has melding slots. Hell yeah. Right, the healer gear. I almost forgot. God, that's why I didn't do that. I remember now. If you don't actively drag it out of your inventory... God, there's a lot of shit for Scholar that I just straight up have not learned yet. So, we'll hold off on that for now. Though, let me see if I might be able to dye this. I wonder how the hat dyes. It's just a flat color? Oof, that's a bit rough. Won't my white mage still need that gear? No, my white mage is level 80. That scholar used to be level 50. I didn't have summoner leveled at all until I got the book at the beginning of this X-Pack. Listen, you know I'm all here for a big hat. But it ain't Tibbet's look. Now, some purple though. Some purple extremely is. I feel like some current purple could not go wrong. You hadn't figured I'd like a big hat? I play it pretty close to the chest, what can I say? Whom's to emote at me? I didn't see. You saw a friend color name walk by? That's fair. I mean, Julie's right here, but I don't know that it was Julie. I hope you don't mind, I dyed it. Now this, though, this does pretty much just look good as is. I don't even know that there's a way I'd be able to improve this one for Tibbet. This gear just looks good. Can I get this in cross out red? Purple. Area. Oh my god, go check out everybody, have some snacks with the group. That's a really good mission. Just, hey, everybody's hanging out around town. Go say hi! They're grabbing a bite to eat. Alphino dragged Destinian off to meet his mom. Skate 4. Hello. Yeah, go chill out before you head out. Now, you said Nero was hanging around here somewhere, right? Well, I'll be damned. Man. No, I'm not neglecting my duties. Honestly, I'm not. The genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. The Ark truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner. Oh, the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that that is any of your business, mind you, though I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements to the Ark as well. Try as she might, Tatara had no chance of standing between you and a hearty meal. Don't worry, we saved some for you. Hast thou perchance had opportunity to partake of the rainbow pudding? Owing to its striking flavor and somewhat garish appearance, 'tis quite popular. Indeed, so popular the last stand stock hath been entirely exhausted. I should hope, at the very least, Puddingway did sup upon this most delectable of desserts. Don't worry, Urianger, I literally made sure of it. Aww. Tivit, pull up a seat. It's time for you to grab some dinner.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
I'm wearing the business.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we
Why
do
do you
without
think they
her?
ran out? Oh no.
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Also, he didn't even drop out to make a fast food place. He dropped out to make a fucking, like, extremely...
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest.
I, for one, can't possibly imagine.
I'm so glad he was putting on a voice for that. A gourmet food place that also happens to make good fast food.
We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Rean nor Minfilia will get through this together. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition. This one's actually a hard decision.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. Even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
Sounds like a good life of adventure, man.
Journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Even if
Aye.
thy
Well,
dialogue has
improvement
not.
is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Yeah, no, they weren't there for that, but Tibbet remembers.
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the
Aw.
fine young woman she has become.
Wonderful.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
To adventure. Since when can you make duplicates? I see falsely. But you stolen Thancred but moments ago and employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then. Keep thy secrets! You're fucking unstoppable. I'm seeing double. 3 Tibbets. Where are the glasses from? They're just crafted. No, keep thy secrets, I'll accept. That's a joke that's entered the common. You always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective, but pity mine take a perverse pleasure in it. I'd like to think I give as good as I get, though I'd fare better with the occasional assist from our consummate nodder. But it's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. What does that mean? I lost my legs. They're right here. Stars above. Ishtola, someone had stolen from me the use of mine legs. Vile magics. Heavens forfend. These are the moments that really... Like, I appreciate all of the adventurous writing, and it...
Such libation. This was not mine intention.
I really do appreciate all of the adventures and all that, but more than anything else, like... Oh, poor Gaha. Let's let him catch 40 winks. More than anything else, I really appreciate these moments of downtime from FF14. Aww. Let us get her a blanket. Oh, that was a very good cut. The cutscene directors are getting so good at this shit.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
And what adventures there are gonna be.
They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over.
Oh.
From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar.
Alright, I'll admit that one got to me a bit.
Well, 'tis good to be
awake.
Wait. What am I? Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Man, you just said you didn't all night.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Oh, I want to see the students of Aldesian hanging out more.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Wouldn't dream of it.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
I just came to hang out. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. It's a secret, nothing in particular. Good to see you studying. Can I jump this? Ah, I missed the jump. Damn. Oh my god, he even took off the armor. Holy shit, you really are trying, huh? No, it's just the last time was you were dying in a bed. Or recovering from dying in a bed.
Oh. What brings you here?
I am here to chill and hang out.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Warrior of Light, I needed you for 1 minute and you weren't there.
I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
Oh, I'm late for tea? That's a shame.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tatar.
Literally tempted to run from social situations.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress.
Oh.
It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
He gets less prickly with every passing day.
Wait!
Hmm?
Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
I do really like something just that my brain clicked on in that last cutscene. How these little rotating bits look like the Astral Fire and Umbral Ice little circling bits that you get. With that said, as much as this weapon does look alright, I have another one in here somewhere that I want to use. Though I suppose it's also high time that I put my other relic into the armory chest as well, or into the glamour dresser. Because dyeing this doesn't change the color of the orb, correct? It'd be way too cool if that were the case. Yeah, it only changes the color of the staff. But for now, I can just do it manually. Wherever it is. Shit, I put it into my chocobo saddlebag, didn't I? Blade's Fury. And the Caladon Deluxe is in there as well. I do really like the look of the Blade's Fury. It's got good black magic energy to it, but still nice and compact, especially when you have it sheathed. I like it quite a bit. Oh shit, did I talk to the rest before I walked away? I don't think I did. They were at the Silent Monopterus, right? I should go chat with them before I head out. Or did I and I just forgot? I just ate, but you all should. Thank you, Kryl. Yeah, honestly, all of the hanging with Scions you do really does drive home more and more that your Warrior of Light is a character in their own right, which is something I feel like FF14 really, really excels at. Because when it all comes down to it, that's really what makes this game special, is they are a character. It's not just an avatar for you, the player. It can be a way for you, the player, to be in there, but for most folks, they get really attached to their Warrior Light because everyone else in the world is as well. That night at the Royal Menagerie. Xenos, what the fuck are you doing? Not Xenos, the music is too hopeful. Yes, Xenos, what the fuck are you doing? Still powered up by, some of that Zodiark stank, huh? Oh, your hair is looking a bit wild, my dude. Zodiark 2, the re-Zodiarkening. Or was that that's just your Reaper mode? Oh, okay.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
That was having a standout. Okay. That was preceded by an if.
Transcendent moment. What was it that I sought in you?
Why do I want that fight so bad? Why can't I hold this L?
Anne, what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The Day of Reckoning. Even the subtitles are getting in on it. Estinia's armor is blue again. Finally, no more red armor.
How often have we thus assembled?
I'm kidding, of course. But
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
alright.
The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
I have heard nothing but praise for the background music of Zone 6. Obliquely, mind. But unending.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Unto the heavens. Alright. Surrender not to anger or hatred. Look beyond them and there find true strength. That's a good way. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture under the sea of stars. Well, I might as well do these really quick while I'm here. Gotta help with a couple last tasks before we take off. We want to leave nothing undone. Because I completely neglected to before. I appreciate the opportunity to read just a little bit of lore here. Can I not fly through here? Oh, I can absolutely fly through here. Okay, well, there was only one way to find out, and it was crashing directly into it. Please understand. Yep, pretty much all of the launch trailer was the first act, which is quite something. Yo, I'm getting back to 30,000 damage Xenoglossy. This is pretty nice, actually. So you can probably cast Paradox without being in fire or ice, and all it does is unaspected damage. Wild. Oh yeah, they did find an arm at the core of the Tower of Zot, which means they dismembered him. Yeah, Varus really did get shit on for the entirety of the story of Final Fantasy XIV, huh? The noodles of Elpis. Salted cod is one of the big That's so many fucking people to talk to. That's everyone. Aww. It is safer than the I want you to really quickly consider that she just said that creating a slipstream in space to fly untold miles to the edge of the universe is safer than the experimental aetherite we used. One last crucial component, you say?
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that
Apparently
remains
not.
is to board and be on your way.
They said there was something missing?
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Are we gonna name it after Vana? Or someone who I'm
A
forgetting?
fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not
of course.
to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here.
If so, he made a hell of a bet.
In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Hell yeah. Alright. That's a pretty good one. It's better than Teeny Tiny Toy Boat.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Everyone? Yeah! Oh, I'm so sorry that I haven't done your quests yet. The allied tribes being here whips.
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations.
I feel so bad that I haven't done this on current Tibet, but...
Readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's engines.
We're taking the primals, baby! Let's fucking go!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon.
We're gonna fucking summon the primals to bring them back!
Is a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly, requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in
I'm so sad that Alex can't be here for this.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
If he only knew.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Alex probably knew. I hope so.
Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, keep your badge with you if you're worried. I trust the bunnies.
I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner.
The Ascians just sitting there like, we taught them wrong, as a prank.
Creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes. Don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug.
So that's why Susano doesn't temper people.
Truth be
Oh.
told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But
Ravana's coming with!
backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent.
My faves are Ravana and Alex. Susano's very good, though. Mostly just because he didn't try to fight or temper people.
Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
I wish the goblins could be here for this. I really do.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you.
Yeah, the goblins helped gather adamantite. I just mean that I really wish Alexander could have seen past us to this.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Please get off of Alizé. I want to say hi. Yeah, Alex gave us time travel so we could get to Elpis in the first place by means of the Crystal Tower. Alex has served his part. That doesn't mean I don't miss my boy. But every single other one of my boys is gonna be here, baby. Let's fucking go. I feel like this'll probably take a while. Let's roll. Oh, I'm excited. I'm so excited. Oh. Let's fucking go. Sleeping Way now is quite possibly your last chance before we get rolling.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
Fair.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
I think so.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Alright. I think that this is Tippett's moment.
Engage!
Alright, Sleeping Way, let's fucking go. Sleeping Way, punch it. Now that's an engine. Holy shit. Look at those fucking acceleration gates. This kicks ass. Alright, I'm ready for the kick into space from the primals. Let's go! Oh. Oh, it looks just like the cutscene from Silver Tear Falls back in the day.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Cheer her up.
Do not shout so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Oh, I adore Susano.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Oh.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
They don't even have chairs.
All
It's
values
fine.
are also within
This is a rush
projected
job.
ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
That's usually not a good color for alerts, so,
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Okay, that one's worse. You got a 90k right here, which was funny. Yeah, I'd imagine, but, this seems suboptimal. Oh! Hey, Medion. It is good to see you after so many years. Oh god, she's turned the lights off. Child? I'm gonna need you to tone it down.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes. Medion.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
That Thancred is the one to stay upright and get a swing in really speaks to how badly things have gone for him. But also, yeah, he's less attuned to ether in the first place, and probably has more of a chance to take a swing.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Did she take him?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing what's outside these doors.
That the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Why don't we just press our teleportation buttons right now and grab Thancred? Ah, I see that the text parser is starting to break. I'm gonna step away for just a minute before we continue onwards. Alright, and we continue. Okay, so this map is 3 Aetherites big. Good to know. Some of them are just rock, others more tangible. Yeah, it's weird. It almost seems familiar. Sure are a lot of dragons here. Could be anything, though. So can you all not see the sky like I see it then? Is that just me? 'Cause I don't know, man. That looks pretty good, honestly. So are we actually on the Dragon Star? Like, that seems a pretty solid initial guess. Of course we are. These are the platings from the Omega Scape. There's no denying it. Which means Mitty came from the edge of the universe. Lordy. Oh, you all don't see the dragons then? Well, that's interesting. You all are saying it's very dark, huh? Can you all not see this place as well as I can? I really feel like I can see things better than they can for some reason here. Ah, wait. Motorcycle is faster. As much as I just want to ride Omega all over this place because, hey man, welcome home. Fuck. Hey, Estinian, any theories? You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Yeah, man. The presence since 10 years at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond to Midgard Sommer's mind with Nidhogg as well allows us to perceive them. You're related to the dragons that live on Aetheris. Yeah, they're solid enough for me to, like, fight, man. Like, these things are hyper real. Then again, if this place is made of the despair of every dead civilization, it follows naturally that, the dragons would have a place here. Not at top speed, author. There is a higher speed, but you need to get riding maps to get that. Dragons or ghosts? Okay, you do see them now then. So Ishtola is just seeing for real, regularly here. This cannot be possible. And Aetheryte and dragons, you don't believe it? I believe it. They're doing...
Here?
Yeah, they're doing bad.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was.
Yeah, okay, so it's not the actual
A
star.
world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
I can't believe you're using the exact same style that the Allagons did.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Ah, okay, so can we not see
yes.
him?
He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Oh god, that's right. That means that Thancred is the reason that Ishtola can see. Hey there, Salosh. To our home did come the metal demons who of life and joy scoured it clean. These are mere bones, and among them do we rest our wings forevermore. No. I think even more than that, Indigo, people did point out really well that even if you see the name Ultima Thule, it's more likely to bring to mind for a Final Fantasy player, like a powerful spell or combat of some kind and not a place. As it did for me when YouTube spoiled the name of this place a couple weeks ago. Because I have no idea, had no idea what I was in for. I honestly thought the name Ultima Thule might be the name of, like, the final boss. Legitimately. It starts with Ultima, it ends with Ultima. The dragonette that came out of the egg was malformed. It's just fair skies, for now. I'm assuming that the weather here is normal so as to accommodate the fishing here. I've heard that the S-rank conditions for here are fucking wild, so I plan to look them up once I'm done with everything. You actually look less sick than the others, if I'm being honest. Ah, but you have PTSD. Glory. Hey everybody! I'm assuming Skybills has already warned you. Warning again. Spoilers. We have reached the biggest spoilers. Father of Armored Dragon, so he is responsible for this.
Wild and pure and forever free.
Said it for the Raiders from Sky. Oh, by the way, Sky, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I realized that I forgot to even say it. I've been really focusing in on this. Author Blues Raiders, welcome. I am assuming that Auth warned you as well. But biggest spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV. Like all of it. So many raids. Yeah, it's great. I love seeing all y'all. But Auth, Sky, thank you so much for the raids. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. It is a bit of a somber part of the story, as it were. But, I'm just kind of taking it in. Yeah, the sound was not a Lavos. Which honestly, I'm more okay with. I'll be honest, from the moment I started to suspect that it might be aliens, I wasn't super into the idea. I wanted the problem of our star to be a problem of our star, and damn if it didn't end up being our problem. If anything, we're the aliens. Oops. Tolling the coming of the end. Hey there, Altarita. The problem was actually not enough aliens. It's weird that. You know, even among all of this, you know what this really does? This makes me super happy for Midgardstormer. Like, damn, man. You really did it. The task you had, as I now know it, was fucking impossible, and you did it. I'm glad the battle music doesn't interrupt here. Ah, okay, so we literally can't leave this space. And we can't just fly over. If I can summon Midgard Stormer now, I'll end. A bit on the nose, but no one ever accused dragons of being subtle. I have a feeling Estinian / Nidhogg have some words for dragons that don't want to continue forward. Is Dynamis just the antimatter of ether, or are you guessing weird? It is the dark energy of a universe that contains ether, where ether is matter, if in a way. Specifically, our dark energy, not dark matter, because we have dark matter as well, responds to emotions. Yeah, Dynamis is a separate entity from ether. It is a dark energy, like substance that responds to emotions more than anything else. So we have to literally be the light of hope here at the end of the universe, where we are being tormented with the despair of ended civilizations. It's a bit much. The music reflects it appropriately, we'll say. And the more Aether you have, the harder it is for Dynamis to affect or be affected by you. So since we are sundered entities, we are more able to interact with it. Perhaps less so, and less susceptibly so than the other people of the source.
As he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
That the organ starts up instantly. He's about to take this dragon to church.
Like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must confront it. To stare into the face of your foe and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back.
rest is up to you.
So this is where we're at, huh? Every step taken, another ally sacrificed. We're at that part of the RPG.
Not Justinian too.
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Ishikawa came to Ultima Thule with 7 bullets loaded. Oh, and the music swells just a bit more with each time that the landscape gets less hostile. Well, of course I noticed the music changed. Catastrophe? And now there are aether currents. That makes sense. Roads paved with sacrifice. Well, the aether currents were always there, but now they're actually on an area we can reach. Right? Other one. There are other aether currents in the first area, and none that I found. Fair enough, though. I'll find them later. There are no aether currents on Island 1. Okay. Drifting Aya. Minion. Huh. Sorry, it is gonna be screenshot central in here. Actually, I'm not sorry, but it is going to be screenshot central in here. Because I have a feeling that this place is going to be completely different by the end. Okay. 900 yalms is too far away for me. Okay, I did already attune to this aetheryte. My bad. Kofkoj. Okay, Kofkoj of the Ea. Ah, you chose eternal curiosity. Ah, we got rid of bodies so we couldn't die, and then... Oh no. I have a feeling that here in Questions Land, where the need to know things and figure things out, and the inability to accept that you might not know something, is probably the thing stopping them. I have a feeling this is where Ishtola goes. And I hate it. But... Alright, well, let's go say hi, shall we? Sure, I'll give you some time. Flesh abandoned, huh? Laclaw, Dudik, and Enig. Hey. If I remember right, there's a fine line between sickness We traditionalists sometimes call it a restaurant, after the place where we once ate food. Please, absorb as much ether as you like from your seat. Nailed it. Ah, got it. Yeah, it's just... they're just memories of the dead, made with Dynamis, so they can't give us ether. Horrifying. Very primitive and quaint. We figured out how to become ghosts for research purposes. So y'all found out about heat death? And just, like, gave up? Is that it? Where infinite knowledge leads. I wonder what Urian J has in mind. Yeah, he wants to talk to us. Exactly. There's nothing to investigate. He just wanted to take us aside. Ah. Okay. Text fans. One last secret that he's sharing this time. To be able to create an end to this place, since it's based off of emotion, somebody has to wish for it to end. I see.
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not.
Oh, eat my entire ass.
We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
If it's really actually just heat death...
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility.
It's like 1:30.
Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not
Thunderer.
heed it.
Alright.
Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
The fact that I'm on Y'shtola's Yomi level has me worried.
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic.
What about
We
after
came
we're
here
done?
knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on, and do not look back.
Alright.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
She's not even particularly chuffed about it. She's just like, yeah, I'm right over there. Come kick my ass if you can. Doesn't matter. People have tried before. I grasp eternity, I hold only loss. If forever has an end, why has it not come? Can't talk in this state. With no future, we turn to the past, knowing none have turned to our present. We are the dead end. We fought to go beyond our star, we fought to go beyond our dimension, we fought for nothing. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the font is having a time in this zone. It is very much intentional. Price of eternity is joy, its gift unending sorrow. I think I can probably unmount now. Yeah. Oh, what? I can absolutely fit through there. Hey, can you go around and talk to a couple of my buddies? Sure. I guess. Yeah, head pop seems to be the I'm thinking about something right about now sort of face. Oh. I perhaps should have tried to fight them one by one. No! Stop it. Thank you, direct crit. Alright, we got there. Never in doubt. Easy peasy. Alright, so you're up on this cliff, huh? Again, I feel that Hitchhiker's references might be a little dated this far in. Why don't all your organs go outside your body? Why so many holes? Do you know what they're all for? Could you explain them all to me? Every hole in your body. How do you not fall apart? Me shifting in my chair to avoid back pain? Man, I don't fucking know. The tube. Sick. Alright, well, let's take the tube. Beep. Beep indeed. Attacked as soon as I arrived. Oh, you're cool looking. Yeah, I like your design. They all seem cool. These are just the little magnetic orbs from Half-Life. Betas, deltas. I mean, it makes sense that we meet in Omega. Oh shit. Sir's authorization. I wonder who Sir is. And this is where you find a gemstone trader. I was wondering where you find a gemstone trader at the end of the universe. That makes some sense. Yeah, this aetherite does not spin. Firmly held in place. We are preparing for war. With whom? No, you don't understand. Just in general. Did I already attune? Nope. A Stigma 1. Okay. So now I've found Omega's people. He'd be overjoyed to find out that I'm giving him rest after a while. That's a very good ARM. Sounds familiar, right? I mean, those two different stars landed on ours because the dragons were the strongest and the other ones wanted to fight them. Oh god, I didn't even try to read that. Something sound? Oh god. Hey, Tom. Dynamis crystal, you say? Combat evolved, huh? Almost defeat it, weaken it, and then use the level checker on it. Got it. Well, let's see about this robot that wants to love. Well, his beloved has to die for his improved combat capabilities, is what he said, Tibbs. So... Okay, the distant explosion got me. Yeah, give me that Delta Escape music. My wife blew up. I should be better at fighting by now. Why am I not better at fighting by now? Giant Bong, you have to use the thing on it. That's a very large link to just post apropos of nothing, P-Funky, but interesting, nonetheless. For some reason, the screen reads level 90 and its speakers are emitting a jaunty tune. What does level 90 mean? I don't understand. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in a considerable amount of time. This unit sees potential value in enduring attacks more frequently. Though its Discord prevention module is buzzing in a most irritating fashion. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. Thank you. Never ask me for anything ever again. Well, I tried. Sure, I'll take a gander at it.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Have you tried hitting it as hard as you can?
Perhaps there is a way.
Everything is combat here.
First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
Yes.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
I am.
As a matter of fact,
yeah.
I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
You still have to have seen Omega by this point. Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega.
No, I'd have to go back for it.
Wait. The actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. Nero's getting all excited.
Aww.
Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Yeah, you see Omega fight Shinryu directly.
It worked!
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of, Light Cecil.
Open information to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Alright, NCP, chill.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply.
Access denied. Error 900002.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Aww. Yeah. My bad. Sorry, trying to fix it. Yeah, M017 seems to be a bit antsy. I do love their beeping. Lambda, okay. Well, look at you motorcycle-looking motherfuckers. Fantastic. Love it. The Tree of Life. Can't stay awake, enjoy the last mile, Endwalker. No, I'm probably following in a couple minutes here. Without a doubt. Alright. Well, we could certainly put that in there, but I feel like the story of the Crystal Exarch is not necessarily the story of Graha. Next time, perhaps, because for now, I think that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. My back is hurting. I have to sleep. The bombathon is in 11 hours. And I'm just gonna big chill, have some sleep. Oh. I'm gonna host y'all over to Say or there are two people I could host you over to, and one of them I haven't hosted over to before. He's playing a Jackbox pack. That's always more fun with folks, isn't it? It's a guy who's been doing reaction videos to music online. I've been watching recently. Maybe I'll host over to him next time. I think I'll host over to Say this time. Y'all take easy. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow at the very least. And then maybe also the night after, because I cannot stay up very late tomorrow. Because I do have opening the day after that. But we'll see how it goes. Talk to you all later. Have a great night.